put on the picture, y'all. Hold on. Change your ounce weed, Woody.
Saying ounce?
No.
Damn, man. I'm just, damn.
I can have your daddy to check on it and see when you go to court. Your daddy can do that.
See, listen, I go to court at jail. I don't go to court downtown.
I know I'm saying. I still have to your daddy to check on it.
See, like, if you check, it ain't going to say it in the computer. It's like, in the computer, it's saying I don't have a court date.
So, you go this Friday?
I was supposed to go this Friday. Like, my probation house, they call probation house. The probation house told her that I was on the calendar for the 13th.
What I was going to say, so they holding you just for probation?
Yeah, that's the only thing I got is probation. I don't got no new charge.
You talk to your probation house?
Yeah, I talked to her. She ain't put the hold on me.
Who did?
What you say?
So he didn't put the fucking probation hold. Did he? You know what?
What you say, man?
I said, so if she didn't put the probation hold on you, who did?
Her supervisor. The police.
Why?
The police had went to the night the nigga pulled up on me and shot at her. The police got mad because they ain't say nothing. So he couldn't lock me up because they ain't have no gun, they ain't have nothing. So he went to my probation house and asked them, like, is there anything I haven't been doing? And they like, I ain't did my community service. So they locked me up for not doing community service. But everybody like, they didn't even never lock me up for I could have been doing bitch through that probation for that. Nah,
yeah.
I'm gonna get out when I go to court. It's just they won't give me no court date.
So though we really need to get you a court date.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a lawyer, but I couldn't.
I need to talk to Lil Jeff. I need to talk to Lil Dad about it, because, you know, Lil Jeff Dad know those people. Big Jeff know those people. He know them people at the courthouse and at Wall Street. Yeah. But only reason why I said that is Big Jeff, because Jay was like, she was going to handle it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She got her brother, her folks on the shit. So whenever she hears something, she was going to call me back and tell me. But I ain't even talked to her ever since she got arrested. I called her at night. I ain't talked to her.
She got
like 2 weeks ago. Who?
Jay.
No, that hoe ain't locked up. She on Instagram.
Oh. Nah, look. See, when they had locked me up, then they police came out here and took me back downtown and tried to question me again. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then, like, they did holding me in jail. Shit, whenever I go to court, they gonna let me go. I just gotta go to court.
Yeah, well, we need to try and figure that out. Because we ain't in Atlanta. We won't be back in Atlanta for April the 6th. But, you know, like, we can still, like, look, if I just go tell the child, hit up one day, go in there and get you a court date. You know what I'm saying?
Ask him and see what he say.
Hold on, I don't know what to say. Who you said refrigerator? Is your house?
Hello?
Yeah, but... I like it.
Hello? Hello?
What's up?
What's going on?
Bob, okay. Hey, Bob, now Rick on. What's going on, Slap?
Hey, man, I need this lawyer, man.
A lawyer? I've been told.
They won't take me to court, and they saying the only way I get in court is a lawyer. I need a lawyer.
I've been told them you're good at calling.
Huh?
So I've been told you're good at calling. They said she wouldn't answer the phone for nobody or some shit.
Yeah. know.
What they talking about?
Whenever I go to court, I get out. They say I'm.
Yeah. What is this probation?
Yeah, I supposed to go to Friday, but ain't nobody came talk to me. And last time they did it, they had resetted me. So and I need to get a lawyer, and the lawyer get me in there, and I can go ahead and get out.
Yeah. Who you want?
Huh?
I said, who you want?
Who I want?
Yeah.
What you mean? Who I want? A lawyer?
Yeah.
I don't know no lawyer.
So I'm saying, what's your charge? What is it? Probation violation?
Yeah. Only thing it said I ain't did no community service. That's the only thing I got.
You ain't do no community service.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
They trying to text me your first and last name, your charge. And I just text to my lawyer.
Alright, I'm gonna have her text to you.
Text right now, man. So you ain't got the phone. I get the lawyer. You know damn well I'm not in the morning. I've been told that girl called me. They just said she won't answer the phone for nobody or whatever.
Hey, Sean.
They lying. Ain't nobody call me.
Man, yeah. Shannon, Lil D. They just said you don't answer the phone for nobody.
I told
That's what they told me. What's up?
You told me to text my name and what?
Your charge. Text me your name, your birthday. Because you don't want your name and your birthday and your charge.
See, I got a lot of charges though.
What is your probation violation? What is it?
I ain't got no new charge. Only thing I got probation violation. But I got like three different cases, but it's all upon the one probation.
You got 3 what, son?
I got 3 cases that I'm on probation for, but it's all upon the one probation hold.
So when you got locked up, you didn't have no new charge?
Nah, they didn't have them charge me with.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's too good.
So they did.
That's good.
They brought me down here and they came and pushed me the next day after they brought me to jail. They came and pushed me about some shit, and then they brought me back down here. I ain't been pushed since.
So she need to text your name and your birthday and whatever your charges is. You on Wright Street, huh?
Yeah, I'm in Wright Street.
He can go. He'll come down in the morning.
I go to court at the jail. You said what?
You go to court when?
I go to court at the jail. I supposed to go Friday. He said
you got to go to a hearing court.
When I go to the court, you let me go.
Yeah, I already know that. You just gotta get in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's all I got.
They gotta get on the goddamn felony. Yeah, they should have been called. They would have called you that lawyer. Finally, they got locked up. Or the next motherfucking morning.
I'm trying to call. Every time I call Shane the phone, he ain't answer. And then when I got a phone, they Shane like he'll call back and shit like that.
Hold on.
But I had tried to call that phone. She ain't had no minutes.
Who?
Max. She ain't had no minutes. Yeah.
You want me to tell her to put something on her?
Nah, she ain't got to put nothing on this shine.
Nah. That jinx. I mean, put no minutes on the phone.
Yeah, that was a bullshit.
That jinx. I ain't ever did that.
Yeah.
I ain't ever in my life like got locked up and put me on the phone. I just feel like that jinx. Like you gonna fit.
Yeah.
I ain't ever did that.
Now, tight room going around, they beat me up in everything, man.
You already know all that was coming. I already knew all that was coming. Oh, they say your shit just everybody got to blacken your eyes.
Yeah, they say the police let them jump on me. I see they crazy, man.
Man, 12 has so many problems. And whoever in the jail, all they got that. What's your intending, man? What's your intending, man?
This shit here a drag, bro.
Man, what the hell you talking about? You already know I know what's happening. Some of y'all locked up, I was already like, what the hell, what they talking about? Now I'm talking about nobody. They won't try to tell you. Man, I don't stop right in front of these folk and look at these folk calls. That's your phone.
Yeah.
I made Bentley call her. Like, call her up, see what the fuck going on. Because of the probation, it's just a little bullshit. But the probation will try to hold you. Just about their money or whatever, so I already know that. I already said, I would just gave him a lawyer, look, 3-4 bands, $25. You know, they'll bring you.
You have 1 minute left.
They get you in the courtroom for $25. You know, that ain't shit.
They don't even want that much. One lawyer had told
I know.
Yeah. So listen, I might have this son text you my information and stuff. You say you try to have me in the morning.
Yeah, I have a lawyer or whatever lawyer you choose.
I don't have none.
Well, I could just have somebody pull up on their son and bring their son the money. Then you see what I'm saying? Or they son by my dad, because you know they probably know something about the shit. So I can just make anybody go get the money. I can make them pull up to the club, get the money from Ken or anything right now. You see what I'm saying? So that ain't no pressure.
Shit, we don't know no lawyer though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer.
That concludes the playing of that jail call. Now, Mr. Copeland, the women on that call was one Deshaun, your girlfriend.
I don't recall.
Okay. Is the other individual Max or Dolly White?
I don't recall.
And is the last male that we hear, is that Jeffrey Williams or Thug?
I don't recall.
Now, back in 2015, you talked about the gun that Quindarius Zachary bought for you, or Little D from Cleveland purchased for you. Do you remember talking about that?
I don't recall.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Williams ever tell Little D to purchase that gun for you?
Huh?
The gun that was found at the Dunbar Center?
I'm listening.
Okay. To your knowledge, at any point, are you aware if Mr. Williams or Thug told Little D to get that gun from you?
Because it sounds funny in it.
Okay. You need me to repeat my question?
You said, did Mr. Williams tell me to get...
No, excuse me. Let me rephrase. The gun from the Dunbar Center.
Uh-huh.
To your knowledge, did Thug tell Little D to get that gun from you?
From me?
Yes.
He don't know. No, I don't know. No.
Your answer is no?
Huh?
Your answer is no?
I ain't never heard none of this stuff you talking about.
Do you recall telling the detective in your 2015 interview that it was your understanding that Thug told Little D to get that gun from you?
I don't recall. I tell the detectives anything they want to hear.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 378, Yankee Delta into evidence. This is the June 10th interview of Mr. Copeland as a prior inconsistent statement.
I don't think that's anything I can deal with right this instant. Can y'all step out for a minute for me? Is your position that it's not laid for either of those ones, or?
That's true. That is correct. For the June 10th, specifically 378 YD. And also that last question, we all heard this honorable court's statement that until a foundation is laid about asking Mrs. Zachary whether Mr. Williams, the answer was, I don't recall that ever happening, or I think he said no. I think actually Mr. Copeland said no, that did not happen. And then Ms. Hilton said, well, you told that to a detective. He said, I don't recall, I lied to the detective, and then we just abandoned it and went to, I'm going to introduce June 10th. So that's why I object.
Ms. Hilton?
In the underlying foundation about whether or not he was aware that Mr. Williams purchased the gun, his response was, no, that didn't happen. And then I confronted him by saying, didn't you recall saying in this interview that you told the detectives that?
Yeah, so you've established that it's a prior inconsistent statement, but what we were dealing with earlier when we were going through all of the statements is, does he even have any foundation to know that? And that was the foundational question, which doesn't appear to have been established.
So that's fine. We don't have to delay. We will extract those two portions out of the interview.
Okay, so you'll just take both of those out.
We'll take both of those out and we'll move forward with the rest of the interview.
All right.
Strike then, if you don't mind, the last question and answer, if the jurors can even remember what it was, without reminding them what it was.
Okay, well, we can strike it, but do you want me to do something to strike it, ask them to ignore it, or just move on? Sure.
I would have a response. I don't know if we need to strike because there's a proper question that I asked. He said, I don't recall, and then that's it. I don't know if there's a striking of a question because he did say that in the interview. That's not a improper question. And if he says, I don't recall.
Okay, well, the thing is, you're supposed to have a foundational basis to believe he might know. Let's just find out what, after consultation, Mr. Steele wants to know. Sure.
Your Honor, we would like the court, without reminding the jurors of what the topic was, to, if the court is inclined to accept our recommendation that, ladies and gentlemen, there was no basis for the question asked by the prosecutor, the last question asked by the prosecutor. I hereby order you to strike that from your notes and your minds. And if you don't remember the question,
Don't worry about it.
exactly, you followed
Any
my instruction.
response from the state? Yes.
That was proposed.
All right. I don't know that I need to say there was no basis. I'm just going to say strike the last question and answer for your minds and your notes. All right, let's get the jury back in. Hey, Octavia, we don't have to worry about it right now. I need some instruction on how to, if I want to search up in this document to. I'm sure it's easy, but. All right, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to instruct y'all to strike the last question and answer that was asked and answered before the break from your minds and from your notes. If you don't remember what it was, then consider it already stricken. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton. Yes. I can't hear what you said.
My understanding, what is being published is not in evidence at this time.
She asked for it to be admitted, and I said admitted. It is. 378 Yankee Delta.
The February 21st interview, was that not Yankee Delta?
That was Yankee Delta. Yes, it was. That appears to be the same number.
378.
Good
Yankee,
catch.
Sorry, 378 Yankee Echo, Your Honor.
The June 10th is Yankee Echo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's admitted.
To the extent that there is not a standing objection or a continuing objection, I would like to put forward a continuing objection to 378 Yankee Echo.
All right. I think there is, from what we all have discussed during non-jury days, but to the extent there's not, there is now. All right. Go ahead.
You have warrants. I got some warrants. How many?
Your Honor, we started at 90034.
3. For him? What what I want to jump in?
No, you got one from Atlanta PD. What happened? Well, you have possession of a gun. And then we found the gun in the apartment. Just what? And then we found another gun in the apartment.
What apartment? Carver?
Yeah. So you got some issues going on. This shit, hell. You know, it's real now. The gun you had over there at the Dunbar Center, that was purchased by Lil Quindarius. That was Quindarius' gun. He purchased that. So it's about to get real. What the other warrants for? Know that there's 3 separate warrants just for the gun that from the Dunbar Center. That's a firearm by a convicted felon, reckless conduct because the gun was left on the bleachers in the gym, in the bag, and then you have a gang charge as well. That's the 3 is for that one incident, and now you're gonna have some more for that other gun because that gun is reported stolen.
What other gun?
So it was a Smith and Wesson M&P ammunition.
Okay, but listen to this right here. I ain't getting no bonus.
No.
I miss my little party.
When you baby party?
If I ain't getting no bonus, it's on the 17th.
Yeah, you don't be out by the 17th, $5. But I'm not a judge. Judge may give you a bond. Judge may not. I don't know. I told you.
You don't understand what's going on.
I totally understand because I've been working what's going on. So I get it, but that don't mean it's right. I totally get it.
You wouldn't believe me if I tell you.
See, it's a lot of happening.
You wouldn't believe me if I tell you this. That's what I'm saying.
Tell you what.
Shame out of it.
Get the fuck out of here.
I say you won't believe me if I tell you.
Really?
Did y'all need your phone or your black phone?
Which phone?
There's a flip phone.
I think we got it.
They tested D yesterday, tell them D.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I'm saying.
You serious?
Pilot, man.
Let me go get my stuff out. You want something?
Yeah.
What you want?
Trying to call it she's trying to
something like a ward or something. I can't get you no phone call, not at this moment.
Okay, come on, listen to me. Alright, beside this shit right here. I still got this, I got hearing cameras though. I got a problem with them.
What, you about the jail, the courts?
Yeah.
What do you mean you got a problem with them?
Good. When I got out, I had court date, May 4th. I went there court date.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went there like they know it wasn't me and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when they like I'll be reset, I'm waiting for trial. It's like when I go to court. But long story short, the lady never told me. So my contact see when I had to go to court, this man had to to appeal.
I don't know what they doing down there. That's why I said you got shit on top of shit on top of shit. And then the other shit is that MacBook computer that was in the house.
MacBook computer?
Yeah. And the IDs and stuff that was in the truck. And the sunglasses and all that stuff. We know where that came from. Those 4 cars broken into yesterday. And that stuff is in the truck you've been driving. And that computer is in your apartment. Shit on top of shit on top of shit on top of shit.
Nah, them gonna take this shit. I ain't
So is they yours?
Nah, I said them ain't gonna take this shit. I didn't have no parts to it.
Okay. We gonna go.
Yeah.
Let me grab my stuff. We gonna talk.
Yeah. Possession of firearm by convicted felon. Regularly conduct. A gang charge. Next time I see that another gun. Another possession of firearm by convicted felon. This shit, really, letters, bringing in close. This shit crazy, man. All this shit I ain't doing, man. But hell, man, I'm with the cause of that bullshit, man. Fuck ass shit, man. Possession of firearm by convicted felon. Possession of firearm by convicted felon. Gang charge. She ain't with me, bro. God damn, man. This shit hell, man. This shit hell, man. Possession of firearm by convicted felon. Gang charge. Record content. Another gun charge. And she tried to shop up this club. Shit. This shit ain't for me, man. Damn, man. They talking about gang charge, bro. What the fuck, man? That shit lame here, man. Gang charge, though. They tell me what the game for, bro. I ain't damn, son. You been hanging with these niggas, man. So I go for the game, man. Fuck me, man. Charge. Possession of firearm by convicted felon. These folks trying to take away from me, man. The fuck, man? Push that in the door, bro. Got the cops and all this bullshit, bro. I ain't getting none of this shit, man. Next time I see about to slip the west. What? I said, man, shit, yeah, man. And they push that here and county shit, man. But, hell, man. Shit, I ain't getting no bond. I forget they do it like that. Damn, fuck, man. Yeah. That shit ain't gonna work, man. It hurt, bro. Fuck it, man. What the fuck, bro? I ain't getting any, bro. I got me locked up on all this shit. Then somebody done like, man, well, check that out, yeah. Oh, man, so this stuff about this.
can't be that for us, the book, man, you gonna keep breaking me up, brother. Straight up, brother. Man. Ain't to it. But this no better. File like big fed. Regular conduct. Hey. Then she just found a gun. Previous 4 cars been broke into yesterday. They broke in no motherfucking car. 4. That's why I leave in the car that I drive. This shit here like fuck. I just got myself in trouble about shit. Whole other nigga doing, man. This shit, man. She might see find another gun. But fuck, man, I'm gonna try hard, you know. Man, I got shit here. I ain't him telling me, ain't do you two. They ain't telling. Possession of found by the business and whatever the other bullshit is, man. Shit, man. Nigga here trying to hide me, man. I ain't even to it. Straight up, bro. So we all lost everything, man. They fucked me up. Miss my baby party. I mean, damn, man. How the hell I miss her party, bro?
$922.51. And resume at 9:34:13.
Frustration can be avoided. You know, her mom said she gonna be here, but I said, oh yeah, you know, she did. You know, she did. How did I get a game truck? How did I get a what for a game truck? I'm gonna explain all that to you. I'm sure you know that. I don't know if they explained it to you, you know what I'm saying, before. Anytime you get caught doing something that's not legal and you you already have that game stuff attached to you to the point, we can prove that. Since I've been out, I haven't been out. I went with nobody. I beg to differ. Huh? I beg to differ, man. I don't agree when it comes to that part. I ain't been with Shannon now. Okay. Shannon is at least your problem at this point. Today is the what? 10th. First of all, do you want to talk to me about what's going on? You haven't been down here enough where you don't got to go through the form. You want to talk to me? Okay.
Going to jail again for protect myself.
I ain't sleep.
Going back to jail for protect myself.
How would you protect yourself?
I ain't did that. I ain't do that around there. I'm just saying.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
If you tomorrow, you just found another gun and
Best to read it to you. I, Kim Copeland, have been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them, and I am suspected of offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon in Fulton County on date from Dunbar City was April 28, 2015. And I have been informed of my constitutional rights as follows: that I may remain silent, not to make any statements. Any statement I may be used against me in a court of law. That I have the right to consult with an attorney and before making any statements, have an attorney present with me while I'm making a statement. That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, I have the right to have one appointed to represent me by the court to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I am making a statement. And if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked me until my attorney is present. Can you read and write English? That's a yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you still want to talk to me after having the right to advise you?
Yeah.
Okay. Today's date is June 10th, 2015, 9:39.
Did y'all let my brother know?
I haven't been down there. I didn't speak to your brother or anything. Well, I spoke to Deshaun, and I think Deshaun called mother.
And you say you found IDs in the truck?
Yeah. Just on the phone here. Huh? Yes. Thanks.
I don't cut it out now. One of those room was it was hot. Cold. Good one.
Right here, X. Do you know this gun here? Okay.
It's I think more than you put on it.
I'm not reporting to police and things like that. I mean, her door is damaged, but it's not, horrible. She spoke with Eric Hyman, with the head out to marshals, and they're going to give her something to give to them. But as far as we're not going to go over there and say put her out or anything like that. Okay, what you're here for is your warrants from Dunbar Center. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Can you tell me what's going on with that? With that weapon? How'd you get it? Number one. Because I got a version of how you got it, but I want to hear from you. How'd you get that gun?
How you hear I got it?
Because you had it. We got the video, bro. We got the video. So my question is to you, how did you become in possession of that? We ain't really gonna do the back and forth today.
I know y'all ain't.
You are, because our shit is set in place. This is an opportunity for you to help you. And I'm asking, how did you get in possession of that?
When I tell like
You have, right now, you have 3 warrants. Your warrants is for possession of a firearm, no possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Reckless conduct, because there were other people, including children, in that gym, and you walked in with that bag and you left that bag sitting on the bench. And we saw all that from the video. And then, of course, I displayed you with the gang charge. So, let's really
including today.
yeah, that's
not including today.
like each separate incident, right?
What you mean today?
I'm going to explain it to you. Each separate incident, like with the stuff at the Dunbar Center, right? And that gun and that reckless conduct, you get a gang charge. Okay? Then you have that weapon that was found in the kitchen where you were taken into custody at. That weapon is going to be yours. It's going to be processed. It's going to be processed for DNA. It's going to be fingerprinted, all of that stuff. So are you saying that's Deshaun's gun? Because she said she knows nothing about the gun.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all said gun. Deshaun had a house full last night. They was fighting yesterday.
Okay. Well,
that's why I like it. They got on video and everything.
wait. I already talked to her about that. She don't want no report. She don't want none of that. I talked to her about that incident. You're going to be charged with that firearm. That firearm was stolen. Okay? Now, in addition to, you asked me, I'm explaining it to you. That firearm that was in the kitchen was stolen. Okay? So you'll have another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That's by receiving stolen gun, and then you'll have an additional gang charge.
Another gang charge?
But that's what I'm explaining to you. Every separate incident, a gang charge will be added. Now, you have a warrant. You was talking about here in the county. This is one from the city of Atlanta. The FTA for riding all-terrain vehicles or whatever. You have the FTA for the city for that. Now, in addition to that, in that truck that you've been driving, because we know you've been driving the Jeep along with Deshaun. I'm going to tell you about this, but you asked me, I'm explaining to you. Okay? That truck had some stolen property in it, which was those IDs. Okay? Inside the apartment, the laptop computer was under the floor, right? Because I Deshaun, I said, whose laptop is that? She like, I don't know, it's some friend. I called that person's phone. She like, no, that ain't mine. Okay? Now, the truck you've been driving has that person who owns that ID in the truck. Owns the laptop. His ID was in the truck. Okay? So therefore, that's probably another enter and out case. And a theft by receiving stolen property for the laptop. And I'm going to tell you. Okay. That's fine. We're going to get to that. But you asked me what you're looking at. And in addition to that, this is Ms. Cunningham with the ATF. The feds are looking to pick up the case with these guns. Absolutely. I'm going to go to the feds. We don't know right now.
It's up to you.
Hell no.
It's totally up to you.
Whatever you want to know, I want to be my child, bro.
Because let me just explain something to you. This is, I don't know what you know about the feds, but every time, we talk to somebody and they like, oh, I'm going to the feds, I'm going to the feds. Let me just explain to you what the feds is, okay? You know you're a felon. Okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know you got that gun today. So you can't even dispute that. So I don't even want you to try because you're just going to be wasting my time and you want to. Let me finish. With the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment. Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to the federal system, no, what is it? I mean, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like,
I heard.
you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So, whatever you do, I go back and tell the U.S. attorney that's assigned to your case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was lies. He continued to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So, what I'm trying to tell you before we even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I've never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. I don't do lies. I just don't because I got too much other stuff to do. And I would hate to have to go back and tell any U.S. attorney, you know what, he just lying and he full of crap. It's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You are I think, is it a 3 or 4 times convicted felon? How many felons do you have?
About 3, huh?
You have 3?
About 3 or 4. Right.
How many felonies?
I'm saying, like, is it what on probation?
How many convictions that are felonies do you have? Is it 3 or 4?
It's around there, yeah. I don't know.
Okay, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. With 3, have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
No, I never heard of me lying.
Have you ever heard of armed career criminal? With 3, where you sitting at now, and you how old?
23.
23. You get 15 years off the top. Off the top. That's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is, and possession by convicted felon is 5 years. Twice is 10. So we talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You looking at, what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious.
I told you.
Nobody has time for the bull crap.
I told you it's getting real. Did I not? I knew it. I tried to.
That's not including whatever conspiracies you involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a badass and treat you bad, I would probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl. Beautiful baby girl.
I've been trying, man. These folks try to kill me themselves. Why everybody in the world try to kill you? They think I told them. Told them about what? They did. Man, this nigga dumb, man. Don't tell them about what? Don't ask him like what the hell. No. That's how he asked me. I mean, his daughter asked you about the cell phone. You gonna read the message. She texted me yesterday. She texted me yesterday. And she said, what up for me? Not me. What's her number begin with? What's her phone number? Phone 583 1990. What's her name? Max. M-A-X-X. That's not the right way. Okay. So she texted me saying what now? She's like, so she said, what now? Like, cause I called her like, damn, your brother trying to have me killed. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell have I did to him? Right. And she just like, stop listening to everybody, this and that and that. This how she's just going out. And then yesterday out of the blue, she just texted the phone like, she just said a lie. The message still in the phone though. I'm asking you, what reason would it be that they would want you not to talk? The list. When Nut got killed, man, the police talked me down here. I came down here. I told them like, man, look, I don't know what the hell going on, you know what I mean? But these police act like they might kill this man. I mean, so I keep telling them this. He like, man, this and that. So he like, man, don't say man, this and that. Like, talk clear, like, precise, right? Man, I'm real about folks. She like that. Yeah. I'm like, don't worry about it, nigga. But anyway, long story short, the terrorist will call my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Yeah. So I answered the phone. And he looked at me like this. So, but I don't know what's going on. Why are you looking at you like that? Because he see me answer the phone for him. But at one point
like, I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, I knew it was the detective cop. The one that's handling the murder case? Nah, it was different detectives. I went on with you. My sister said that she described it down there. But she was just like a man. I thought she was like you. So she was like, detective called Ice. So I answered the phone. And he read her. So I was like, yeah, this kind of close to this and that. And they just talking to him. And he just looking at me, but I didn't think he could. I didn't need that. So I'm like, shit, nigga. Yeah. So then, he ain't say that. Like, maybe 2 days later, another detective called. I don't know who goes this. It's like, shit. This right around when it happened? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then folks house getting shot. So the detectives just keep calling. I mean, they show up my pool house. So when my pool call, I give the detective my number. You go in there and tell them what's going on. Y'all know him. So I'm telling them, so that they know what he do. He did something. He got rid of me. I'm saying, like, he got rid of me. I'm just like, what you mean? Like, he's like, he ain't want me to hang around no more. This stuff. Yeah. So I'm like, damn, what the hell? Right. You know what I'm saying? Why the hell niggas don't want me around? Right. So I get Shannon like, yeah, bro, I don't know. So I walk into the court, they ain't know. What is this? I mean, you're talking about old shit or old recent stuff? I'm talking about now, all the way to now. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But once again, why does it matter to Thug that if you talking to the police or not, if he has no say so in what happened with her? Between us, man, I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was that? All of them. Thug, and Shannon, Beasley, and I just, because I just act funny towards me. But listen to me. How long you been doing shit? Longer than Thug has. Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all basically grew up together, right? Went to school together. Y'all like brothers. You, Demikion, and Shannon. That's from what I know. Yeah. So I can pretty much assume that if it's something like that they did, even if you weren't involved in it, you know about it. Because I'm telling you, everything kind of keeps coming back to you. You understand? Because Shannon out there on the streets now. So once again, the only thing, and I say this, and hold on, and I say this, and I want you to really understand it. You need to speak on this murder because we know, we already know you know something other than them. Listen, I'm telling you the truth. They did it. Who is they? But I can't say who did it. Who is that? This how I know they did it. This Thug them. I don't know which one of them did. I don't know. So when I woke up, my baby mama, she already told you to go to the mall. So when I woke up, she still ain't got back. I called her, where you at? She like, she on what, the Family Dollar ad with her mom there. I'm like, dang, you got on it? Well, long story short, so I'm on the way. This is near when the murder happened. Yeah, okay. This is the night. The night. Okay. So, after that, I had, that night murder happened. I called Thug. See, I already answered for me. My FaceTime. And then it's just like, and like, you hung it up. Like, damn. So I called D. D like, where you at, D? What is it, Demikion? Yeah, Demikion. Okay. I don't talk to one kid. So I talked to D. D like, we don't plead, bro. I don't think it's comfort. Did the white charge. Right. Alright. So I walk up my brother's house. I run to the car real quick and give me the car. I get the car, pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, they were like, I called Thug. I ain't called you right then there. I called Thug, he ain't answer. So when I went back to the car, I got pulled up at the green store. I ain't survived. So I'm talking to Lil Woody. Me and Lil Woody talking, I called D. D said he's on plead. So Reed asked like, where you gonna go? You turn around. And I'm gonna go to the girl house. done. So D like they put it in. So they put it in.
Who was D with?
He with Bentley them.
Okay.
So they put it in.
Bentley them who? You said Bentley.
I know that OG Bentley.
Okay, who else?
It was D Nord and Bentley. The long three I think.
Okay.
No, I'm not. They the white T. It was D Nord Bentley, Dog, Shannon, and yeah.
All of them in one car?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
That Jeep, the Nitro he got, the white one. They got out. I mean, D got out. So when D got in the cold me, D like, well, nigga, they killed her. I'm like, who? He like, what? But when he said, boy, I got in the cold. So
y'all stopped talking about it?
Yeah, so I'm like, why the hell D stop talking? I ain't say that. I got in the car, right? Went to a FaceTime, he like, boy, they say nuts, you got shot, what? I like, well, I just heard, what? He like, man, well, you know his name is screaming. I said, but I know he's a screaming name. But I'm telling him, like, I just came out the house. I didn't have no fun to it.
Who was Nard?
Nard locked up now.
What are you locked up for?
Kidnapping, so he was in Cold T on Cleveland. He got it for his girl. You know what I'm saying? What? Kidnapping. He ain't really, they had got to it.
Him and his girl?
Yeah.
He was with Tick when he got locked up?
Yeah. They had put a video on Instagram, police busting one time.
So Nard got in the car, D stopped talking.
So we get on the spreadway.
Where are they following y'all? The Nitro?
Nah, they told us to follow them.
Okay, so y'all following them?
Yeah, but when you told me, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to get in and get out the cover. I'm trying to keep these, so I see what the hell going on. Boom. So we followed them to the door house. They stayed downtown on the Sky House. You heard that? I followed them down there. So I followed them down there. I see door to get up. So Nut got cut. He's like, boy, they just killed Nut. Like, who? Like, he did point, like. I mean,
that's pointing to Nard?
Yeah. So I'm like, where? He like, but. So, first thing I say, but, hell no. Why ain't they telling me?
Well, why would they think you did?
Who? Because me and Ken got into it.
So, what fight does Nard have with it?
Nah, she just want me to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because, man, I don't know. Like,
I mean, you know that you were starting and you were kind of pull yourself back.
No, I'm not putting myself back.
You know what you hear. You may not know for sure, but tell me what you hear.
I'm telling you from what D telling me. Right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I get, he did tell, like, D can tell y'all more than I can. I mean, because
they did come down here and talk to him.
I just come when I gave you number.
He went to talk to me about that bullshit.
Nah, he already told him I gave you number. I told D, but I love you too much, bro. I've been there to help you on everything, bro.
I know you.
I even told them these niggas before you, bro, and you gonna go with them? I mean, so, but this is what D tell me. I mean, right.
This is the night right after the night of?
Yeah. I mean, so, when they said that, my heart pounded. I'm like, the fuck? I mean, I'm telling D, like, when I asked you, I said, you with them, bro? He like, no. He was at the house, and then they like, come on, bro, they ride. You know what I mean? So when they rolled, they pulled up over there, and I overheard them talking about it. You know what I'm saying? They were decent. Bentley supposed to went to hear the car and the guns. Where I ain't never heard. Like they just cut me out. Like they seen all the police just kept coming at me and talking to me. Mm-hmm. And like whose car they was in? They was in a gray car.
Whose car was that?
I have no clue. They was in a gray car. I mean, I don't really know what kind of car he was in. I seen the car. You know what I'm saying?
You did.
Like, on the video a little bit. Yeah, when I see the car video, I'm like,
well, who have you seen driving the car like that? Because it looked like maybe a Pontiac or some kind of new Ford car, silver.
It wasn't no Pontiac. It was a silver car, though. It was like a new car, though. It wasn't no Pontiac.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not good with cars. Yeah, it was a new car. It was a new car. It wasn't no project. Was it somebody's car or was it a rental? It was a rental. Well, how he gonna hire a rental? Shit, I don't know what details. I mean, but does that make sense? I'm saying, I'm not saying you might have to say that. I'm saying, she's looking at me, man. I'm just looking at you. I hate jail. Man. I be damn by this nigga. We shouldn't wait. Man, this nigga try to kill me and my child, bro. And then he come out killing me, bro. This, I'm telling you, but who supposedly was with Dog when they shot? You know, this happened. When I had D just like, oh, that nigga tripping. You know what I mean? Do you think Shannon had something to do with it? You say that because you just said Shannon trying to kill me? Well, I'm really mad, but from what I'm hearing, I want you to be honest with me. From what I'm hearing, I think he did. Like, I know he was good, bro, but it didn't break my life. You know what I mean? I told Shannon, like, bro, you know what I mean? Don't ever be no crazy. Don't ever go, be no gopher, bro. The shit I be hearing, bro, Shannon do whatever for him. But and then I just heard some more stuff. You know what I mean? Shannon told me, Shannon, like, he had walked in no door in the conversation. Man, this nigga ain't true. He a crip.
Pausing at 10:02:47. Resume at 10:03:22.
I promise I don't. Oh, you
don't be going to jail, that's prison.
Huh?
Prison. It's not jail, that's prison. It's different.
But this is what I'm saying. I ain't had no points like the shooting, I had no point. I just ain't gonna do it for the same. I mean, when they started doing this shit, everybody call my name because they out. Who did it? Then this nigga put my name in these songs. It ain't even me. I mean, the way y'all be getting me, y'all supposed to be there. Sending them like this. I mean, y'all pay it. I plan on taking care of my kids, man. I mean, fuck that, man. I ain't did nothing. I ain't shoot the houses. I ain't shot nobody. I mean, man, only I had a gun because the tip told me, man, I had the right to defend myself. Because the same night he got killed, I came down and I was going to tell him. But then I was just thinking, like, man, this nigga thug. I know, man. Even right now, I'm still thinking about it. Like, shit, man, I just fucked myself up, man. Just worse and worse.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
I don't know. I don't make that decision.
I ain't got no point.
All I do is talk to the USA. The judge makes the decision on, what's going down there.
I ain't had no voice. I ain't.
But you were. But I don't know if you had no part of that. That's yet to be determined. But you had every part of the gun that was found today.
No, you keep saying the gun that was found today. I didn't have that gun. Though she said y'all no fingerprints. My fingerprint, I don't come back on that gun.
Do you know what actual and constructive possession is?
Being around?
Yeah, being around.
But I didn't know it was in there though. Just like she said she didn't know, I didn't know.
Man, somebody knew. The lady didn't know. She already.
Now, this is what I'm saying here. Me and her just, we were there. But I wasn't there yesterday.
But you were there this morning when they found it, sweetheart.
You know how I got there this morning?
But that's irrelevant. You were there. When they came and brought you up, it was there, you were there. That's all I need.
what you need me to do? I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out this.
I mean, that's on you.
This shit is on me. It ain't no way I can get out of it.
Help yourself.
I'm trying. This on
Help myself. You talking. That's a good start.
Man, these niggas got me in too much trouble. I ain't got none of that. You told my girl you was ATM?
I did. Yeah.
Perfect, tell me, brother.
I think I did.
Now you nigga don't know, man.
Because that's back at least the young burglars right now, just being honest. On who know who I am, that's irrelevant. Irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
I just can't believe it. I went this far and I ain't did it. I promise you. I ain't got no parts in this. None of this shit you be doing. I did.
That's hard to believe, though.
I know it's hard to believe. You know what I mean? But I haven't. Since I had that baby, I've been changed. I have.
You walked into the center with a bag of guns. That's not changed.
I walked into it with a bag of guns.
Yeah. That's not changed. You're still doing the same thing. You have a gun in your house today. That's not changed. The same stuff. You still get them from somewhere, but you can't go about one legally. That's not changed.
Where did you get that name from? I didn't have the gun that was in the house. I didn't. Who had it? They son them just fine. That's not a funny question. Who had that name? I have it, Jay. I promise I did. You gotta promise me. You gotta promise your life. I am. Listen, I just love this explaining to her. I'm telling you the truth. And I don't know what you said. I didn't have the gun. I didn't. Okay, how'd you get possession of Quindarius' gun? Him. What does that mean? Him. He. When did he give it to you? The day he bought it.
He bought it for you. He bought it from you.
He bought it from me?
He did.
How much you pay for it? I bought it. He bought it at a pawn shop. I know what I'm saying. How much did you pay for it? Like $1,000. But I understand. I mean, I can't even say why. Why? Cause it's what happened. Cause like, if they come at me, I'm gonna defend myself. They gun they stole. So if the police get me, I'm not gonna get that much time. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm stupid. So how did the conversation come that what you just said? Could you go buy a gun for me? And you gave me $1,000. It was just like they were like. I'm landlord, from them, not police. So I talked to the detective, and he just like he talked to the victim family, and he gonna let them know that it had nothing to do with the murder. Told me that I had the right to feel myself as long as I was at home with my family. He said, if I'm out in the club or anything, that's what I told you when they were shooting at you in front of the house. Yeah, exactly. So that's what the gun was for. The gun was for protection. But what had happened when I got locked up, I gave the gun to them to sell it so I could get somebody to get out. You gave the gun to who to sell? I gave the gun to Deacon, like, downstairs. Deacon? Yeah. Okay. Like, y'all said the gun and get me out. You did. But when I was locked up, I called one of my partners. He's like, I got some money. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you help me out? He's like, yeah. So when he helped me out,
they had brought me the gun back. When they brought me the gun back, I'm like, shit, I ain't want it. You know what I mean? So I'm still trying to sell it. That's why I had it. You know what I mean? So when I got the gun, I got it from the green store. So I went up to the pub to go play baseball, but I'm waiting on him to come get it. So waiting on who to come get it? Lil D now. So his brother pulled up. I mean, Lil D, yeah.
You talking about the big kid or the
The Lil D Cleveland. Okay. His brother pulled up to get it. I mean, they like, Thug gonna give me $1,000 for it. I mean, so I was sending them back the gun. For $1,000.
So he initially, you gave him $1,000 to buy the gun. Lil D. Because you wanted it to be legal and all that stuff. I get that part. He gave the gun to you, what day? The day that he bought it, or was it after?
I had it. See, when I got locked up, I mean, when the police caught me with the gun, I had just got out. I got caught with it too. I got jail money.
You got caught with what gun?
The gun, the Lil D gun.
The one that he bought.
What y'all talking about now?
No, I'm talking about the one that was, the one that you, from the Dunbar Center.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
You didn't get locked up for this.
No, I got out of jail for Henry County Monday.
Right.
And the police got me the next day,
Tuesday for the gun.
That gun, yeah.
Well, that's when they got you from Dunbar Center. You didn't go to jail that day?
No, I ain't go to jail.
Okay. You talking like, it sounds like you was saying you was to jail. So, you got out that Monday. Tuesday, who gave you the gun back?
Now they gave it to me. Who gave me the Lil D bought me the gun.
And he knew he was buying it for you.
Well, he was buying it back.
No, not. The media ain't brought it back to me.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
They wasn't kicking it with me no more.
Who wasn't kicking it with you?
None of them, like, only person that was kicking with me was Lil D from Canada. The media. Yeah. I mean, and then Shannon was like,
kind of back and forth?
Yeah.
But Shannon and Lil D be together all the time.
They together? Like I said to them yesterday, they were together yesterday.
But that's what I'm saying. How is it that you and Lil D always together, but then you and Shannon ain't kicking it like that?
See, this how kill it. Nah, this how it going. This how it going.
You said this how it going.
I'm saying this how it going. This how it going right here. When she like, sometimes, you know what I mean? So, 1 minute, him and D together. When him and D ain't together, D will call me. You know what I mean? But, see, the only thing about it, I don't know what Shannon, you know what I mean? I ain't knowing what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Stop at 10:13:47. All right, let's actually stop and take a break too. Long, or not how far along are we, but how much further do we have to go in this particular statement?
Or about 7 hours.
I'm missing 2. One.
Did you say 7 hours?
That's what she said.
That's right.
Everyone else is interview is 9 hours long.
I didn't.
All right, can we get?
I'm missing 1. Can,
So that might be all day tomorrow, too, honestly, when you.
I was hoping if I'm super quick on the topic.
It's gonna, I need to know about today.
Okay. So I figured we would finish by lunch, the viewing of the video. Or my thought is we finish like right after lunch, and then the question should be, we should wrap.
How is there, we don't have 7 hours between now and the end of the day and then 9 o'clock and noon. That's
So I
about
said
4 hours.
a little after lunch. So we go 2 more hours today, then about
No,
5.
we're not. We're not going to 6 today.
Okay. So an hour and a half. And
If
then,
that.
Okay. Well, then, I
Bye.
mean, I guess it's contingent upon when we end today, and then it'll either take us to after the lunch hour, sometime after lunch.
I'm thinking it's going to take the whole day, unless you can decide to play less than all of it or magically condense it. But I mean, it is what it is. Okay.
Yes.
That's pretty much it. You're saying that you'll turn it over,
No. No. There's a few more things after this.
Good try.
That is I would love to. I would love to by the end of the day. That's in my ideal world, yes. Yeah.
okay, Judge, everybody too.
All right, let's get Mr. Copeland. And the jury. He's usually faster than the jury.
All right, for the jury.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Resuming at 10:17:20.
And he just tell me like what's going on. He just like this when he talked about the shoot situation. I mean, he just like shit, boy. Damn, you still hang with these niggas, bro. I mean, this nigga ain't did that for a nigga, bro. Don't tell shit. I'm my dude.
You can verify, like, when you was talking about the murder and the people who was possibly involved and people who was getting out that car, who could come in here and verify that?
I'm gonna tell you the ones who you should go after. I'm gonna tell you the main person who knows everything about it. It's and the other daughter. They know all his business. Because if you sit around, they gonna talk about it.
But she ain't gonna come here and tell us that. That's her blood brother? That's her blood brother?
I think it is blood brother, but I don't think it's daughter. But because this is what I'm gonna tell you something, Sensei. They know everything going on. I mean, that's what he told me himself. He like, they sit right and talk about it. They did, when they shot at Wayne Two Bush, FaceTime with the one that rapper, Hot one, know what I'm talking about? Like Hot. She was on FaceTime with him. That's how we found out who did it. I mean,
We're going to stop at 10:18:39. Resuming at 10:19:15.
yeah. See, he not gonna be able to tweet all day. Twitter, Instagram, this how he gonna do all day. I mean, he gonna be everybody. He gonna miss everybody. Everybody. I mean, talk to him. You know what I mean? So I was just asking. Like, I can't be back up. If he ain't police, he'll sit right and tell me what's going on. So, but I'm mad at you about this, bro. If you know you didn't even plan on killing me, bro, why you never told me? You know what I'm saying? Say you plan on killing Tick too.
Stopping at 10:19:44. Resuming at 10:19:56.
It makes like he's down around this motherfucker like
And that's what the person told me who told me like it was a girl. You know what I mean? She just I put a big baby for it. It was on the day I put a big baby for it. I had a baby Sunday. I put a big baby for it Sunday. Now it was yeah, it was Sunday. I put a big baby for it. Me and my baby and my little partner Kino and me, Kino's baby and BJ, CJ. So we put up. Everybody got color, they were the top. Now it was me, it was Kino White. Me, CJ White. Me, CJ White, the baby. Me, CJ White.
Some of us not important.
Yeah, but if you battery guy in the car, she was like, hey bro, I'm gonna tell you something, don't say nothing. You know what I mean? I'm like, what's up? She's like, go out there, this and that. I'm like, no, what is it? Nah, what you mean? She's like, I didn't don't trust this nigga, bro. You know what I mean? That's what he trying to set you up. That's why every time I got in jail, someone got shot up. Like, what the hell? These niggas keep shooting shit up on the racket out.
So you think it's thugs them shooting at your people?
Nah, I know it ain't Thug them because they got these niggas thinking it's me. See, I had seen Monte. I seen him.
Where's Monte?
Yeah.
Okay.
I seen him the other day, like day before yesterday. I seen him yesterday morning. I went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. When I heard what happened, I was leaving for him and went, like, damn, bro, we go up again.
Right.
So I'm like, damn, bro. I ain't gonna let the man.
What's that real name? You know?
Nope.
You say you grew up with him?
I didn't know his first name, Monte. I don't know his last name.
Okay, go ahead.
But when I got like, damn, bro, motherfucker told me that Thug plan on killing me, bro. Like, hell nah, man, I ain't never heard it. Dude, he denied. I'm like, come on, bro. Person would never say it. Cause then what's worried was, I was talking to the police too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So he get nervous. Thug get nervous.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, why is Thug get nervous if he has nothing to do with anything? Because they honestly look at you as disposable.
Oh, see, y'all didn't hear them say my name. They saying me and Thug. That's like he's saying. But I'm saying like I didn't have no parts to it. And I can't see how scared I was when he handled it. You know what I'm saying? But
so he felt like you would tell something.
Yeah.
Okay, what is there to tell?
Huh?
What is there to tell?
This what I'm telling you. This what he keeps saying. This what I mean. I'm acting like. Well, I know what I mean. But see, with the murder,
I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm trying to explain. With the murder, I act like I never heard about it. You know what I'm saying? I never told D none of it. Period. So I just kept it to myself.
So, once again, why is he, if Thug has nothing to do with anything, if Thug had
ain't not birthday, he don't got that to do with it. What I'm saying is, he got to have something to do with it. All this shit going on.
And which means he has to have told you something if he's nervous about you speaking to us.
He's not listening to me.
I'm listening to you.
He's not talking to me, period.
He's not talking to you, period, for a reason, correct?
Yeah.
He thinks because you're talking to us.
Yes. He not saying I'm telling y'all that. He just saying I'm talking to the police a lot. Because he heard the conversation me and the police had.
Basically what she's saying is, listen, it's almost like he look at you as the person that's bringing him down. So therefore, by eliminating you, he eliminated his problem. That's what she's saying.
This what I'm telling y'all. When police did take the car, it was a lady. I answered the phone in front of them.
Which case was it?
See, they weren't even saying no case. They just like, now this is about my house getting shot up. I mean,
right.
So when he saw him, he's like, man, I need to talk to the police. See, then he was telling folks different lies. I mean, he told Lil D I made Lil D clean never. He's mad at me because he gave me $50,000 and ain't know what to do with it.
What you mean you know what to do with it? Why would he give you $50,000?
This nigga never gave me, you know how much money he ever gave me at one time? Was $1,000. What I mean?
That ain't what you said last time we interviewed you when y'all was at the club when they stunted on you when you came
I
out.
get him with a bag. I get him with a bag.
Why you give it back if you throwing it?
Nah, I'm throwing his money. You getting screwed.
I'm getting confused.
Yeah, you getting screwed. Oh, yeah, the way to get paid.
Okay.
Until you give me the money to place it. You feel like just show it off.
Yeah, let me get that back.
But the money he give me, the key, is like $1,000.
Get the fuck out of it. I don't believe that.
I don't have my own car. That's the first time I ever tried to get my car. I don't have a car.
What have you done for Thug?
Nothing. That's on my mama's soul.
You never committed a crime for Thug?
I never did none of that for him.
So why would he say,
Lil Woody against you and scare you?
no?
That song got.
The song about Lil Woody pull up on you, pop at your 9.
Okay.
Stop at 10:25:22. Resume at 10:25:31.
This story, you wouldn't believe me if I said, I kind of told you this already. Before Thug was just saying things. We wasn't hanging with Thug, I know, you know what I mean? So this nigga said, he didn't have it, no one. I promise you this. Why though? Let's put it this way. This stuff,
And I said, well, why would he say, if I got
it's bad out
You want to know what it sounds?
Pause it at 10:26:14. Resume at 10:26:27.
I think it is. The shit he said about me, that was not me. I don't want to tell him, man, you know what I mean? But I ain't going to jail for him.
But you about to, bro. You can't tell us what you gonna do. We don't tell you what you gonna go to jail for. And we've already run it down.
I'm saying, you know.
People think Fulton County and Fulton County jail is a joke, but you dealing with them real folks.
But it ain't me, it's Shannon.
It's Shannon what?
It's Shannon. Everything he's saying to me, it ain't me, it's Shannon who he talking about.
You wanna know what else? Anytime Shannon
Stopping at 10:27:03. Resume at 10:30.
to the point that I talked to them, why would I lie? But I was saying what I saw.
So that means they don't trust me then.
That means they could all be conspiring to get you out the way. And you putting your trust in. If you can't listen, if you and
But you bringing heat to everybody.
listen, bro.
Not D-don't.
Listen, Woody. You, Shannon, and D, all three of y'all are like, but either way, y'all like this. So if he gone, what makes you think D not gone? Why would you trust anybody at this point? If they trust this, how would you say last time was on your head?
I thought it was fake.
Why would they eat off this? You acceptable at this point.
I'm here, what, man?
We know. Do you understand the rank that Nut had? Do you understand the rank that Nut had?
Yeah.
What was he?
I don't know. I didn't know he was.
He was like the third or fourth ranking blood in Georgia.
But what I'm saying is, bro, there was between third and Nut.
You didn't let me finish though. When you go to prison, your name is on there, regardless of if you did or if you didn't. Third man in jail. Third man in jail. Third on the European tour or whatever the fuck. You're the one that's gonna go courtside for that. And it ain't no protective custody. It's you. So you the one that's gonna have to speak on what you need to. If you need to speak on what you need to speak on, help yourself. That's what you gotta think about yourself.
I'm still going to jail. Period. You going to
jail today.
But you can determine how long you want this to stand. But guess what? When I go to jail, the gang charge. I got the gang charges on me and everything.
Well, you finna get some fed charges. Once again, gang is state level. They don't have a federal gang statute.
Not on the state level.
State.
They do, but that's on down the line. There's another time you don't go to
Everything happens.
Right.
But some make it so hard on me, man.
You eventually have to leave. Like I told you, I didn't want no time wasted, and I guess you
I ain't wasting
the real story.
Nah, I'm getting it real smart. I didn't want to tell no shit, man. I mean, but like I said, man.
I'm gonna do my fellas part. How about that? All right.
I'm
gonna do my part, and you know, maybe if you
There's some change you
want to help yourself out even further.
Why did I believe you now? I'm telling you now, I did. Yeah,
you know who rented the car?
Yeah, I think so.
In his name, or would it be under somebody else's name?
I think it's in his name.
You know where they rented it from?
That's where.
Doesn't really know what rental company or where they normally rent from. Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I just want to
Keep going.
Okay. So when D got in the car, he told me, hey, I said, damn, bro, why the hell they do that? Like, I don't know. I said, you will? He like, no. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell you will? Is that child? I mean, so they just walked out the door. Said, I mean, when they came back, they were dead in there. I mean,
so he's saying that they left him.
Nah, they didn't leave him, they left. It was he stayed.
They left him at the house.
Yeah, they left without him.
And these guys did whatever. Went back to the house.
No, they went and got rid of the stuff first.
Where did they get rid of it? This is very important.
I don't know. All I know is Bentley was supposed to ate this stuff. You know what I'm saying? This way, the word comes from deep.
Right.
You know what I mean? But this is what we said. No, I'm wrong. You're right. All them riding together. Including Liddy. That's what we said.
Okay.
And they go pay, they seen nothing. They
had a barbershop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When they seen him, they switched cars. And then I think it was D Thug and the girl, they got in the Pontiac. A great Pontiac, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
When they got in the Pontiac, they went their way and they did that. But when they did that, they went to
Demikian and the girl
got in another car. Yeah.
So this leaves Nard
and do some shit like that. Now they left them together.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So they left them together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I FaceTime Thug. I guess they was in Melody. So I called D. I picked D up, but he put my car. You know what I mean? So
he put you out the car.
See, I ain't got questioning that yet. So I mean, I really didn't want to go around. I just heard this shit don't happen. Right. So I'm like, shit. Alright. What happened after that? Boom. So they had got down. I called their son. I told her the truth. Like, right now you call her down. And she'll tell you, like, I told her, I said, if anything happens to me, I want you to tell folks this. You know what I'm saying? I already told her. I mean, I did. Shit, man, crazy.
What started it all? Was it really about a windshield?
Nope. Nothing. Throw it at some person against each other.
Like what?
I don't know.
You was coincide. You had to know.
No, at least they fell out. Before me and Kim got into it.
You and Kim got into it back in what? October, November?
Before the flood slowed down.
Right.
They fell out.
Over what?
Be real.
Right.
I don't know. I don't even think nigga don't share no drugs. I don't know. But that's what they fell out from. You know what I'm saying? They fell out.
You still ain't said.
I don't know. I don't know why they fell out. Like by the time me and George everything is like cool. You know what I'm saying? So
pausing at 10:37:25. Resuming at 10:40:41.
Man, they jumped on you, right? When all shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time you were trying to bring everybody back together. You were like, "Is he ready?" And I stood just saying, "Nah, he ain't ready." You remember that? You remember you told us that? When you said
you mixing it up. You're talking about the time we just made a decision when I called Bloody J and tried to get him to throw that cool. That was made decision.
Okay.
I did jump on me in the club. We came outside.
And Bloody J.
Listen, we came outside and Bloody J walked up like, what's going on? What the hell? What just happened? I mean, and like, this was real, like, when he came outside, like, what's going on? What the hell? I mean, but they tried to take the money and jump on me was the same shit Lil J as Interrogation.
Right.
So
Which was who?
Interrogation.
No, I'm saying who was the person that
Kale was trying to like
nigga trying to reach you?
yeah. And I was there holding on tight and they punched me in the face. I mean, so when I came out, they were like, they go Lil J, they go Lil J. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when I look at Lil J, I look at 90. No 90, mechanic, Mario. I look at 90 like, man, 90, we were cool. I'm looking at like, damn, y'all let nigga jump on.
Right.
So 90 was there, Lil J like right here.
90 is it?
Yeah, he did, man, like, this nigga did, I wish we showed that right by the apartment. And he just walked up, like, y'all niggas gotta go. Y'all gotta move. We ain't even ready. Like, he stayed all the way up there. Y'all gotta move. I'm like, huh?
Okay, so get back to you see 90 standing there with
But I gotta get, so, but Thug put him in shirt, like, they go Blake J right there, you know what I mean?
yeah.
So I turn around and look, I see 90. Damn, I look at Blake J, like, what's going on? But I ain't saying, I'm just looking like, and then this ain't no, Shannon heard Thug say, they go on Blake J right there. So Shannon turned right around, him and Moonton walked right up on Blake J. Both of them jumped on Blake J.
Shannon and Moonton.
Yeah. So them two niggas jumped on Blake J. Blake J, I think he broke loose and ran in the club. He tried to run in the club or something, but they stopped. So we come out, what's his name? The police pulled Yak them over.
That night?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it? You remember?
They pulled them over. They actually do. They locked him up with a gun. So they locked him up with a gun. We pulled out. I mean, so we pulled out. Thug and another guy in the car again. I mean, so when they pulled out, treat me neat. But when we did, I threw them from Side Street. So I see them from Side Street. My brother pulled on the side. He's like, what the hell y'all doing? He's like, well, we don't really need to come out the club. I'm like, who? He's not Blake J. What the hell you want to know me? Do it today? I said, I just gun cop back.
Who had a gun?
The nigga know it. So I just gun cop back. What the fuck? So I tell him, I'm a burglar now, turn around. So when we go down, turn around, come back up. I tell the bus, you go left, and we just ride fast all the way to the house. We just hear the sheep go, boom. And we just see the car door, and then chasing the little car in front of them. I mean,
This is that night the same night you got jumped on the car.
yeah. So, threw it and chasing me. Because at first I thought they took the money from me. I mean, I wanted to steal the money. I just like, fuck it. Now I gave the money back.
Yeah.
I should have, but anyway, when I gave him the money back, the nigga didn't give me that.
So for your troubles, you got nothing.
Yeah.
So you got beat up and jumped on and all that shit about his money.
So
You
he
gave
called,
it back.
yeah, so he like, shit, you gonna give me some money. So he called the club on me. I mean, yeah, man, they took money from me, whatever. Then we tell the club on me. So the club, I'm like, how much they took? He's like, 25,000. So the club, I'm like, dang, man. He like, man, I'll give you something. I mean, so they're like, that what you put in your pocket. I mean, so I'm waiting on money from the club on me.
You ain't got that yet?
But the club only, I gave you like, whatever. I got money or whatever. I don't know that back.
Right.
You got blessed now.
Yeah, I got pissed. I'm like, damn. But they shit happened. But before this happened, me and Kill face to face. You know what I mean? Truth be told, I walked up on him. We had scammers. Man, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. It was Kill, and about 5 more with me. I'm like, look, bro. I mean, I got a problem with you, bro. You know what I mean? This shit, we been on each other. I'm telling Kill that, bro. This shit ain't about that, bro. You know what I mean? What the hell? We talk. Who I made Kill talking. Kill is not studying. You know what I mean? All this shit really about thought. The truth. This is the truth.
So Kill's beef is not with you,
It was Thug.
So then why he
I was the cover up. You're not listening. I was the cover up.
listen to you?
So, this what happened. Before he took the money, this what Kill told me. He said, he like, what's up? I'm not. I gotta go to the scamming first. He like, I'm like, shit, bro, this shit ain't something like that, this and that and that. So Kill like, well, but Kill the one who shot, we was outside at the gambling house. So we at the gambling house. Thug leave. So everybody asked for money. I'm trying to get some money too so I can go gamble. The whole time, killing them in the bush.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we stand out. I'm close one to them.
Closest one to kill them.
Yeah. So everybody right there who throwing them right here. Boom.
Why they ain't say nothing in the bushes?
We don't know. So we right here talking. So he give me big Kendall one leg in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
He give him $400 or $500. Boom. And that thing knows they get the show. He said, I can't hear one of my ears on the way coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So I turn around and run towards the bush where they at.
And they hit
I see the fire come out the bush. Then they just start shooting for. So I run, and this is late Big J. I mean, Baby J on this man. I ran over there where she was and died behind the wall, trying to get back in the together house.
Right.
But the bullets, like, I don't know how they hit me over. They hit everyone right there by it.
It looked like they were directly aimed at you.
There was some thing like they ain't friends. I mean, I keep closing my eyes every time I open. I just see the fire. So I got the full, damn. So, next thing you know, the blood bouncing out, but they showed from behind the wall blocking this.
Mm-hmm.
The van they was in, the bullet was like bounced off the van.
Mm-hmm.
And it hit door car, it hit every car in the parking lot.
So that's where the windshield story came from.
Yeah. So after that, everybody get up. It was kids right there. It was like 4 little boys.
At the gambling house?
Yeah. See, they were at them, I didn't see them throw when they walked by. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the little kids, we go looking in the bushes and stuff, trying to make sure ain't nobody got shot or anybody laying in the bush. But they called the police and stuff, so everybody like, these niggas like, what's going on? And then me and a couple old guys, we in the bush looking for you, make sure not even shine a light. Throw up my check cash plate. I mean, he got 18 niggas walking with him. Yeah, probably like, these niggas only look for nobody else. So I was like, he got straight across your back. So they pull his shirt up, like, well, he ain't go in. I mean, so police pulled up. But when police pulled up, I tell everybody to do it, like, leave, go. But do it left. So when do it left, we get to the studio. See, we didn't know it was Canada. They thought it was.
Which studio y'all be going to?
The one on Northside Drive. But see, now he got new studio now.
What?
Metropolitan. And the Lotus. So, what happened was, so when police finally get everybody to the West Man, because they shot the cop, so I had to get my brother to get the report.
Mm-hmm.
So, when they had to leave, we put up at the studio. This nigga was another recording song. That song that Lil Woody put up Friday tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, he did so fast, like, damn, nigga, this to come make a song. So, this I'm saying, yeah, damn. So, we got that shit. So, everybody at the studio got so, Doug like, yeah, Willie was in cup. So, he like, well, you won't know who shot his cup. I mean, so I keep saying to myself, like, well, they killed him, these, bro. I mean, because, yeah, got funny with MDC the same night. Mm-hmm. The night before they shot it midnight. Got funny with MDC. And they try to make sure like MDC can't shoot. But see, the way they shot, you ain't see no color put out. You ain't see nothing. Like you know, they walk with you, like, man, something like, man, MDC on this side, they don't know too much about our side of town, bro. So, next thing you know, what they pushing their money, and Kevin was upstairs like, see it for a nigga, shoot it for a nigga, tell him who showed it, but he like, D. So he like, hey, he placed the money, and he like, but he trying to hear what nigga said, and nigga like, see it for a nigga, shoot it for a nigga, and he told the nigga like, hey, I tell him who shoot. And then, a lot of this shit went out, so they come out of the plug. So, I'm like, man, come on, bro. I mean,
so he assumed that's what it is.
Nah, so I was like, why y'all need to shoot that? You know what I'm saying?
What did he stay at?
Which one?
The weekend.
Shit, you know, Boone and I stay on Fletcher. Who? I think it's Fletcher.
I mean, who we down there with?
It's Lil Boone house.
What's a Lil Woody?
You know Lil Boone? Boone.
He's staying with Woody?
They couldn't. his mama ain't got no color. I went like this.
What Shannon saying that?
I would do, baby.
She still down on
Some here.
yeah. So how he that close to the motherfucker? And they don't know he's staying over there. She staying with Tuskegee, right?
I don't know the name of the street.
But this is somebody.
Yeah. She did what I'm saying. When I'm telling Jet said that Tay said I'm telling him. Yeah.
What I'm saying?
No one can shut it. No one can shut me. They shine in bed.
He said that. Oh,
He come. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, Fleetwood. Okay.
He come to jail telling everybody that I told him. I mean,
They shot at you in your face. What the fuck you supposed to
But not even that, they both of them waive out there for preliminary hearing, and neither one of them wanted to come out. Him or the other Tay.
so they even tell you nothing?
Yeah. It's Tay, the dude that was driving.
Yeah.
He said he got respect for you.
Like real shit. He was at the
Honestly, he said, if somebody came and shot at me in my back, what was you supposed to do? He said, to be honest with you, he ain't got nothing. He don't even know who you is, to be honest with you.
Who did?
The nigga that was driving.
Tay.
Crash.
I don't know him.
He just got out.
He was in prison.
Got out on the 20th.
January 20th, 10 days after that got killed. He was locked up with made friends.
But he did all these tests, and then they said they dug him out. Like,
They dug who out?
they dug all them out. Everybody killed all of them until they killed him. So,
Wow.
but
So, since the murder, what happened after the murder?
shit, what you mean?
They started gunning up the people out.
Nah, they come at me. But she did what I believe somebody when they told Lil that I tried to tell them like it wasn't me, it was Lil. You know what I'm saying? I believe like somebody when they said something. Because they were like y'all feel like saying that you saying D was in the coach and like I never lied to nigga D, bro. You know what I mean? I always like and then you say like lie to me, bro, like I be telling D like I told D like when I told y'all, I ain't saying that I told, bro. I just like, hey, yeah, but this right here, you know what I mean? I tell D, and then they nigga, you know.
So like these players don't
He ain't got no reason to lie to you. I've seen him call.
what reason would that benefit me?
But
They told me the portion of the story that everything else. What reason would I lie? I'm working traffic, doing my job.
they said they described you. I said, yeah.
That's just like if I saw you, like, what would I say to you? I know you. And then I'm saying that.
Yeah, when they did that.
Right.
But she did this. This is how I got my information from.
But
I'm curious. I want to know. I have a lot of questions. I mean,
But he ain't the innocent mouse that you trying to. We know that.
this was
He was courtside for some shit.
now when you just said that, okay, I don't know if he was in there, but I know D too well. Like D can't do nothing right. Know what I mean?
Exactly. He had a fucking car with sport shoes. He can't do nothing.
whether he pulled the trigger or not, there's no way, he said, there's no way that they gonna, the shit happened too fast.
So I know they need D still talk smoke.
Why?
Like they still cool.
Bobby,
Yeah.
how does this work? Because how did you and Trevante back friends? How does that work?
You never fell out.
So who shot him?
Can't have him. I thought all this.
Why?
You see what they did when they shot him? They made it like they shot Pete Hunter and told everybody I did it. I had Hunter. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody that they tell them doing this and do them doing this.
Ending at 10:55:48, or stopping at 10:55:48. Resuming at 10:57:21.
It's not.
It's hard for me. I understand going on, but it's the truth.
It's like a triangle, and it's like all y'all's crew, they crew, and they crew, and then it's all like this, like y'all intertwined or something.
No, certain individuals speak for certain individuals. No. So turn it like get you. It's about but I'm just trying to understand, like, I get what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying he would only attempt to take you out or turn people against you if he feels as though you know too much direct shit. He do. You know, what do you know direct? What you mean direct?
What reason that
I say, like, I saw him do
or you did this for him?
It ain't none of it. It ain't just what all day he just, when the police come up, he seen me talking to him. And he just feel as if I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just they try to put one of me for murder. I mean, that's what he wants. And stand tall and not say nothing. That's what he wants. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like, I just told my brother, I ain't tell nobody about something that he trying to kill. I ain't tell baby mama. I mean, it was a feeling like when that first died, everybody was trying to scream my name. He seen how nervous and scared I was. And he wanted me around him the whole time. Right. I mean, I got scared to be around. Truth be told, I got scared. I told baby mama, like, you calm down. Man, we gotta go, man. I didn't do it. Like when that night they shot it. When I'm telling y'all the story with it, in my heart, I just like, man, my daughter trying to get killed. You know what I mean? But, cause I just like,
That's what I'm saying. That and all makes me believe that you know some real shit that's going on, and he don't want, because he see how nervous you are, he doesn't want that to be done.
You feel like you're gonna break.
yes, but he see me like, I was going to the police, and I was shaking like, man, I kept telling him, I ain't do this, bro. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Right. That's how I tell him. This is no lie. Let me see. Let me really think on it. Time. It's no lie. I can tell you now. I never in my life, it's on everything. I never in my life did nothing. Period. Nothing. Not one thing for drugs. Never, bro. Never. I'm sorry.
Technically, you're not doing it for thugs. After, listen to this. Let me talk. Technically, you know, if somebody just shot at me, at that point, I'm not doing it for thugs. I'm doing it for myself.
I went to jail.
When?
I didn't get a chance.
So you mean to tell me, since January, you tell them just shooting at you and you just like, you the Matrix. You ain't one of that. But you walk around with a shot.
Guess what?
You got that stick.
Guess what?
What?
Guess what?
What?
It's on everything I know.
Go ahead.
Why you think me and Shannon fell out?
Because I feel like you pussy.
When they shot his own spirit, you know what I did? The car stopper, it was in first car, Uber and them was in the second car. They shot his car first and they shot mine. The car stopper, Shannon screaming at me, loud, like, pointing gun at me, like, fuck, nigga, drive that car. You know what I mean? Like, brother, come on, you work. I mean, I'm hitting again, like, yo, the car started at work. You know what I did? I took the car home, told my brother to call the police, man, but you know what Shannon told me? Fuck, nigga, they didn't come outside, fuck, nigga, bro. Told me, you gonna let me shoot it and you could go in the house? So every little guy told Shannon, shit, bro, it ain't worth it, bro. I mean, these folks got caught up in shit I ain't do, bro. I'm not retaliating. Listen, I'm not making it seem like I was scared of that. I just didn't want to retaliate for something I didn't do. I didn't want to go back at them because I didn't want to make it like I was just.
But this going on, at that point, they keep shooting at you, whether or not you wanted you to look at like you retaliate or not, it's past that point, because they come to that person.
Guess what? And you know what happened? You know exactly what happened? You know, because I did shot at Jay doing all this shit 2 times. When they came to the house, and they shot at them. I'm trying to shoot. I wasn't never there. I wasn't never
They shoot at people directly associated with you being a family.
We trying to understand.
Man, I'm trying to understand. What I'm saying, I haven't what they shot. I did. It made me look
Resuming at 11:04:02.
So Phillips just pulled up in a blue truck down the Jeep. Boom.
Where she live at?
She never invited me to her house. I know one on stay our way. Doris stay out about what is main event? You know, the Cobb County? Yeah. The little fun center, little game center. I know Doris stay right there by there in apartments. Doris just moved. He was staying by Lynch. And he had Scout and Lynch. He moved out both of them, they knew I knew where he stayed. Where he at now? They just got a house.
So why keep ducking where you knowing that's the part that keeps blowing my mind with me, because everything you say, it almost makes sense, and then you will say something like, why is he changing the judge's mind? You know what he's saying.
I can't answer that.
Because he feels like you're a threat.
I can't
What
answer
does it sound like to you?
I can't answer. I walked in the club, he was in there. I ain't know. But see, I always did time I'm in the club. I go to bed with the devil shit. I can hang with the crib. So I go back up. Yeah, I can hang with niggas for cheese. Wow. Shit,
Police protection.
It really Kino, you know what I mean? I don't hang around. And he be like selling the drugs and shit. So that's how they give me a little rush when I'm trying to tell you. So I just hang with them. And then when I go to the club, he walk to the right. I already know they were throwing them big. But which club is this? Blue Corner.
He really be up for them? Y'all really, really be up for them?
Yeah, that was in there last week. But see, when I came in, right, I seen you car outside. You gonna catch my that BMW. No, it's not that little coupe, the blue car, blue black, the little ice on.
I don't know.
When the doors come up.
He's talking about the car we saw the bucket.
Oh yeah. So when I came in, I'm like, damn, who the hell in that that car? But when I came in, he went over there and got them up. I already passed. So I walked in the back. I was right there with the crook, standing at a little pool table. So yeah, walked back there. So yeah, like, damn, bro, you don't love me? Shit, but y'all nigga fuck me. I'm like, man, I'm on business. You know, like, man, come on, bro, you know nigga fucked you, bro. Like, well, you know what I mean? So, yeah, then he give me a little hug. So he give me a little hug. I just turned around, man, and started talking to Kino. So Kino, I always tell Kino what's going on. Kino like, man, what are you talking about? Man, what the fuck you got going on? So Duke come back there. So Duke do the same thing. Well, I was playing Duke, so I grew up Duke playing him. So, they like, I ain't saying that long. We walk in about 3 o'clock, close at 3:30. We come back outside. We gone. The car's gone. Damn, they just fast down. So, Rocco pulls up out of everybody there. We leave. I see a picture on Instagram. I'm like, damn, fuck that D. Don't forget when we first came there, he went over there where he was. I said, damn, he thugs in the club. Like, he was. Like, shit, they cut him outside. That's the car you drive. He like, oh shit, I guess so.
So didn't see him in the club?
D saw him, but
He ain't telling you.
yeah. But I ain't paying no attention like that until I just heard.
You the elephant in the room now.
Huh?
When you come around everybody, like, it's almost like the best worst kept secret. And you ain't in on it. And D
See, always did what did you want to tell you something? But he like in the same boat like me though. Montu know a lot more than I do. But Montu know everything going on, and he talk a lot. I mean, he talk to everybody about it. I mean, I'm saying, like, he just been in this situation before. I mean, you know what I do, but
Answer this question.
him and Thug are not.
Why?
They want $5,000. And he told them he lost $10,000. If they gonna give him anything back, he want $5,000 back. And Montu like, well, I ain't getting you $5,000. Thug like, shit, all right, and send it back. They was out of town on the show.
Stopping at 11:08:31. Replaying 11, 10, 12.
That's Lucci Mama.
Lucci Mama still here.
Then when Lucci Mama got shot, that gun come back. Who gun is that?
Excuse me. Monto. How do you know that?
He's already had.
How many times you see Monto with that gun?
Every time I see that gun.
So,
I think that gun in his name or something like that. He runs with the gun every day. Oh, he pulled more, he got everything.
You talked a little deep since he got out.
I think they say he on house arrest. He found on Instagram and changed his name. I mean, he made it through it then.
I got the name.
I think 3200.
What's that mean?
So I did this T100 Adrian.
D, like one letter D or D-E?
Shit. I don't know. DEE, so I don't know. I can't really get it right.
So you said that's Monto gun. Is Monto the shooter?
It's period. Not just with this. Period.
They said, but most of them, they get young niggas, man.
You know what it is? You're younger than me, but I ain't heard it. You know what it is, but just overall, is he as tough? They quote unquote shooter like he tried to put out.
I don't think.
Okay, so it's Lil D the shooter. Quidarius.
Man, he have a point too. What's the point? Folks, they always picking on him. You know what I mean?
Saying what?
Like, this shit, like, nigga, this and that. Oh, I do this, I do that. This how they say. I mean, so
it's crazy that you say that because, you know, we heard that it was Monto's gun as well, but
it was who?
Monto's gun,
Yeah.
that Lil D had. But with that being said, if Monto ain't really a shooter, Lil D got something to prove. And Lil D had the gun, got caught with the gun.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I'd be wrong if I ain't say that Lil D could have been one to shoot this man mom. I don't think, but I ain't sure about all this shit. These niggas doing that shit with no problem, so. But I just,
what did you hear?
What I hear?
Be real. At this point,
shit, I was right there when they called with my phone. And he was like, one of the Lucha phone, like, I got 20,000. I mean, so you know, I heard him say that. I mean, I grabbed the phone first, said, look, bro, this is Woody, you talk to yourself, bro. I had no funds. I was shooting this man home. I was shooting her house. None of this shit y'all niggas ain't going on, bro. I had no funds. Huh? Who did it? Who I had did? Stop repeating that, huh? Guess what? When I heard they said, Pokey them did it. That's how I heard Pokey them did it. I saw Pokey them. See, y'all niggas, when me, like, the first time, exactly, when they did the first time, I was good. I mean, I was told them when they were doing me like this. I mean,
so, once again,
when Lucha Mama house got shot up, it was like, everybody was like,
I got shot up twice. I'm talking about I got shot up twice. The second time is when she actually got shot.
Okay.
And here it is. That gun that you got, when he bought you that gun, he bought you that on the 20th of January, right? We got that. I'm telling you, it's the 20th, right? The house got shut up on the 22nd, the first time. That's the night Taylor went to jail. Remember that?
Yeah.
So,
January 20th.
my question is, if Pokey or whoever the first time, what about the second time?
I don't know who did the second time. That's what I'm saying.
That gun you had never been shot?
Nah.
Never.
Ever. I shot it gun one time, and he out of town.
Right.
Shot his point, and there, you did. Just put it up, it was a test. That gun was in the house.
But that gun didn't come out.
Because we just waiting on the FBI and all them to send us back. Those rounds from anything that's been occurred, okay, and since January the 20th, that gun ain't gonna come back on nothing. Because you know we gonna go through this again.
Listen to me. I haven't shot this gun at nobody.
Have you loaned it out?
Huh?
You can hear him.
Nah, I didn't hear what you said.
Have you loaned that gun out?
Yeah. I told you when I told him I was selling it and getting it back.
What
I was locked up.
Who did you loan it out to?
I did, okay, put it away. I did 1 in Henry County jail. I got out in April, so I went to jail March 17th. I went to jail March 24th. I had missed court. I had court on the 17th.
And you got out April 27th.
Yeah.
And before that, you was in Fulton County from the February 20th, because it was right after they shot at you on the 19th. And how long were you in there?
3 weeks.
So give or take, March, like the second week of March or so.
What you mean? When I went to jail?
And you got out.
I got out and went right back to jail.
Right, so you was out for roughly a week and a half. And which time when you went to jail did you give this gun away?
Damn, when I think I gave it to him when I got locked up for the probation,
which was in late March.
Yeah, like, okay, let's do it. The gun that I had shot at them with, that was Shannon gun.
Which, you know, when you shot at Taylor?
Yeah. That's why I didn't get a chance to get out the gun back. You ain't give me the gun back. You know? When the police came to the house, Shannon right there. You didn't come. Shannon right there.
What was the gun?
The gun right there. You know what I mean?
The gun was right there?
The gun just, like, I never took the gun over. I was so scared, and I was just like, I'm just defending this.
Right. So, where was the gun when the police got there?
The gun was, like, I had put it in the house. You know what I mean? So when I was asked where the gun was, I'm like, shit, I can give it to you. Like, give it to me. The Shannon went in there and got the gun and left with it. I mean, so that's why I'm like, give me another thing. That's why,
What kind of gun was it?
Huh?
What kind of gun was it?
A Glock.
A Glock, what, 40, 9?
It was on 40. About this long.
And that's why you had, when they got the magazine.
The clip?
Yeah, the clip.
So, it was Shannon gun, but when the police asked for it, he didn't want to give it back.
Right.
I ain't gonna give it to him about the new kid. I was gonna give it back though, because I didn't want to go to jail for it.
Right.
I mean, so, when Shannon went in there and got the gun, that's why I told her I wanted to tell her, like, let me talk to you, when I talk to you, and you like, get you that gun. When I tried to get the gun, Shane said he wouldn't give it to me, then he went on the show with Thor, he left.
Well, that's not necessarily what you said. You said that K or D or somebody you wanted to purchase the gun for.
No, he getting wrong.
Okay, well,
You saying it's not the Glock.
From the night of the shoot.
Yeah.
They shot at your girl, Morgan.
Yeah. Right. Shannon left with the gun.
Okay, well, this is the first you telling us about that. I'm just going to...
I know you. I just like somebody that can't got the gun.
Right.
You get it? But Shannon who got the gun. He still got the gun though.
Where do y'all used to get all these guns from?
The pawn shop.
Everything.
The one where the D got his guns from.
How many guns did Lil D purchase for you?
None. Just one.
How many he didn't purchase for other people?
I think 3 or 4 more.
And they just pay him and then he go cop them and then...
When I told him, like, I'm like, shit, bro. The police like, shit. Bro, I was on that self-defense, bro, and he didn't come at me. I got right there to defend myself. I mean, so they like, shit, well, go get your legit gun. I like, well, shit. I mean, like, because the officer said he'll back me up if I was to get in trouble. He'll come and speak on my behalf.
Who said this?
Like, she's not doing it, but lying, man.
It's not that he's lying, but...
You're a convicted felon. You're not... Listen.
I'm still in trouble.
Listen. You're not in trouble for defending yourself. That time, you didn't get charged for that.
If I wanted to charge, I could have charged you.
I'm being charged with it now.
No, you're not. You get charged with the stick from the Dunbar Center.
And you being charged with the gun that was in the house.
That was when it stolen.
That was stolen. You still in trouble with it?
I stopped that Sean. And I asked that Sean, is this your gun? And she like, no. I said, who was in your house? She told me about when the girls jumped on or whatever about you. And I even asked the guy about me. No, I just said, no, didn't put me in it. No. Yeah, I got this. And and I asked her, I said, when the police got Woody, where was he? She said he was laying right there. When they came in, he was right in the kitchen, right? Okay. You're not supposed to be around no firearms, all right? And this is still really early in the investigation as far
And if they do, it's not gonna come back on no crime scene. I can almost guarantee I can almost guarantee you that gun not only gonna come back on crime scenes, but they're gonna be crime scenes involved with this fuck shit we work. I guarantee you it won't. Cause I didn't have the gun. Okay.
You probably didn't have it.
Shannon on the house. Did.
How the gun get that in?
They was in the house yesterday. Man, she had a house full. They was there to get a video. What video was? They were playing. There was a lot of them folks out there. I said, who was in the house? There was a lot of them. They was in the house fighting? It was all her friends came over there. Punks and everything. So my question is, who would have brought a gun to the house?
And left it.
Listen. I'm in this thing still. If you feel about the fight, I ain't gonna say about the fight. Yes, yesterday. They trying me hard. We got hurt. I've been trying to be a better person. I haven't talked about messing with no girl. I really ain't trust a girl like that. But she keep coming to me about these girls. I ain't talking. She don't have a girl. She just keep thinking I'm talking about. So she got in the car with me. She seen the car. I let somebody else see the car. I let somebody see the car. Just okay, look. If I had a car to me, I would know to get that car. I knew I was going to get this shit. You feel what I'm saying? So the car was in the car. The user? No. It's still in the tape. So she got right in the car to see the car. And started right there tripping again.
She should.
No, she shouldn't because she know I didn't have the car.
Bro.
I understand on the side, but they shouldn't know I didn't got the car.
If I walk this, you think if I let my wife got in the car, my car, and she saw a gun, you think she ain't gonna?
I'll tell you what. They try to go through the phone. At first, she sees all her and I'm talking to her and stuff. But now, she don't see nothing and she go through the phone.
Is she right?
No. I haven't. I started talking to the girl yesterday because I made her. Now that we went together no more. So when she seen the car, she just tripped out and showed off. We all just took all these beautiful family pictures and then she see. She was tripping like the same day. I'm trying to explain, like, I'm not a bad person in this. I didn't know nobody do it. Overall, man. I'm very involved and I'm just.
Do you understand what they are?
I'm my own person.
They ain't just after you. Do you think you're the only one?
Now you gotta be curious. Ain't it?
Bullshit.
I promise I ain't
Bullshit.
bullshit.
You get caught with. You want to know what's really bad about it? You basically left an assault rifle on a bench in a rec center, right? I understand you feel like these people trying to kill you. But what is little giant boy number 8 years old playing on the side and he sees Christmas ornaments and he go in the bag and grab that assault rifle and spray the place? Then what?
Yes.
Then what?
The police walk in. Okay, let's put it away.
Why do you think they was there?
His brother, was there. Which did? Little Deep Clean. He was there to get it. He just seen police didn't get it. I police would just put it out. What's his brother name? Tate. So Tate was there to get the gun. Yeah, Tate was sitting right there. If you look at the camera, you see him sitting right there. But at that point, Tate was there to get the gun because you were selling it back to them. Yeah, right.
You get your money back, basically.
Yeah. And how much is going to give you back for the gun? My name, yeah, because I never did that with the gun. Like, the gun was just a check. Right. Because I just really thought like these niggas really hot. You know what I'm saying? When I see they were asking me, I don't need this shit. I don't need no gun.
Was that the stick you was talking about you bought the last time you was in here?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
When y'all put up on?
No, when you interviewed for about 3 hours that time, you said, I bought a chopper for protection.
Is it?
That's it.
So, give my shit some more trouble. No, because it's I still want to talk about that, them dudes' IDs and that laptop in the house. Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I tell you, did that shit. Yeah. Okay. So you want to know that? Nigga, the answer is Lil Mike, nigga. Lil Mike, Quiz. You ain't never heard of them?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't never heard of them?
Mm-hmm.
They want them. Whatever they call it about them. Pretty way, you put out the other day about 5 times, you'll see all 10 nights.
There's going to be a lot of motherfuckers out there.
I don't know call back to me.
Wait a minute, you let Tay borrow the Jeep?
Yeah.
Lil D, bro.
No.
You know what I'm about.
You talking about Trevante?
Yeah.
You let Trevante use the car?
Yeah, he's supposed to go see him. You know what I'm saying? But when they pull that car, I let him go.
You know when you speaking and you not telling the truth about the look in your eyes, and I can tell you lying about a little bit. You know that?
You tell me right away.
When you tell the truth, you have a you don't even see it. But I can sit here for a couple hours with you, and when I know you tell the truth, the shit just kind of flows.
Nah, cause it just, I just be like, man, I fucked up when I ain't do that. That's all like this.
Lil Woody, the truth will set you free, bro.
No, it won't, bro.
Because you want to know what's
Let me tell you why. Cause listen, man, these they already still on test. But I don't even get why they don't believe my test. I mean, because
ain't nothing happened.
ain't nothing happened. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of them got stressed up. Ain't none of that. You know what I mean? So they like, okay. You know what they said when the DJ got up? He told those people about it. I mean, but it was the D from Canada. He never said that people who shot up went to, but she never said that, period.
I mean, you never talked to him.
Now, what I'm saying is they trying to say he told on him. You know, they going around telling folks that he told.
Well, my son was there to preliminary hearing, they put him out.
Huh?
My son came to Lil D's preliminary hearing.
Monto.
Yeah.
He said, same police that was at home, the club was in there. I mean, he said all this, like, he talked so much, like, you can walk by, you put on the head and walk by, wherever he is, and then he gonna steal his heat top. I mean, so.
But he didn't tell you.
Everything they had, I just have proof to show that I wasn't done that. Like, when it comes down to it, I had shot about to it.
You ain't got no, you kind of squaring off. I want to go back there, right? I want to go to ship this stolen property in your girl house and in the Jeep that you've been driving. So, once again, like I stated,
truthfully, I gave them the money.
You gave who the money?
Because they trying to get too much. $200. I mean, how likely I do? I lost the money again. You know what I'm saying? I lost the money again.
And you wonder why she mad.
Huh?
And you wonder why she mad.
Yeah, but
you lost the money again.
So when I lost the money again, she need her money. You know what I mean? So take them like, they go do like. They finna go what? They finna go do like. What's that? Breaking the code. Okay. Like shit. Like shit, I need to give me some idea.
Stopping at 11:29:02.
We need a restroom break, but frankly, we've been at this all day. It's been
I go to the restroom.
a long day. We're just gonna be done for the day. So yes, we can use the restroom, be back at 9 in the morning.
All right.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to excuse y'all for the evening with the same reminders as always. I'm going to try to find out any information about the case from anything outside the confines of this courtroom. Don't discuss the case with anybody or allow anybody to discuss it with you. Do not discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't watch or listen to or in any way absorb any kind of media accounts about the case. And we will see y'all at 9 in the morning. Thank you. All right, anything we need to put on the record? Anything from the defense? All right. Sure.
Something that needs to be brought up right now, but I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. In the June 10th statement, there is a portion that the state did not play, and I'm not casting aspersions on the state because it was something that was previously redacted. It was a rendition of the barbershop situation, just like the previous statement.
Okay.
I am going to want to play that on cross, even though it was, and obviously I will not
Make that same argument to the jury.
Yes, obviously I will not make a huge deal about the state didn't play it because this isn't something that they unilaterally has kept out. But I did notice that was kept out, and since it seems that he has firsthand knowledge of that, I would like to go into that.
Can you tell what page you're referencing?
Page or time span?
First house.
I had it, and now I've lost it. Can I send an email this evening?
Yeah, if you can let me know.
Anything else?
No.
All right. I'd like to say I'll see y'all at 9, but I kind of want us to get in the habit of getting here and raising any issues that need to be raised. And I don't think we're quite in that habit yet of alerting each other in the court to everything. So for now, I will see y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands?
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Durant.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. That was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay. And this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck, yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion, potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
In reference to the incised wounds, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade, again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram. And at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay. And you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay. When you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, you know, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is. But can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay. And when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes. We always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there, so we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags? Or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope, And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Draskovich. So, Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as States 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand, or when well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken?
Yes.
Both hands? This is States 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead States 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand?
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in?
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, States 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay. And the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay. And then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, States 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay. And you photographed that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead States 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you States 171. It still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like a hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, States 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay. And States 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
And I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, States 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is States 178, just another view, but more sideways?
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him,
That is correct.
and states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger?
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed.
That is correct.
And this is states 186. A little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway, or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit A would be great. Thank you. Do you want to have her open it now? Or?
She wanted to open.
We intend addressing that later. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely. Sure. Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now, please.
Okay, all right.
Do you have a bag as well to bag it? Miss Manning, do you have a bag as well to bag it?
I do not.
Okay. that's within the bag?
Please, yes.
The jeans one, the A2.
You want me to open them?
Thank you. If you could have the lodge up with the court.
No objection.
So are you admitting?
Yes, please. We'd move to admit by stipulate, yes.
They're on the table.
Mr. Jones, did you need this anymore?
Today we don't.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Now, you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant? to
that
your
is correct.
knowledge. Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
I see. Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
Now, in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please. Yeah, that's fine. Fair to say there were photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you'd agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we'll have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct, concerning the investigation of this matter?
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tellis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smisson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
She's gonna just sign.
Wait on, Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay, you just take a break now. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. All rise for the next adjournment, please. Adjourn.
Haley just had to have
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state's going to call Zach Schilling, please. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach Schilling. Zach Schilling. Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary, Schilling, Schilling.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness is identified the defendant. So, in what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay. So he was the public administrator when you first met him?
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay. Did you have another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay. So that was
well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
Okay. But the one that you work with, even still today, is Kristen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind. Is that kind of how
That's
you
correct.
get
And there's typically there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of, this is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk...
Well, but if I may,
sure.
If there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walk through, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk?
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 20 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally, it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes.
Why?
It does. With the way that, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who was the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person.
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay,
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. They're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this. Did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh, yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment?
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Garriman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon, Tahoe, Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
Vehicle? When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So.
In what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center, and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well. In fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap! I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach. So you share your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers. The phone did not. It wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested. Phone number, I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counterintelligence, whatever terrorist thing, and. They were covering those phone calls after the photos were released, and I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15-20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone, the detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, let's say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you...
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did... a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him. Okay. Independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaskers.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher. But that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
Well, in that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps were, I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, there was still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money, I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV, you just know it's Robert Tallis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or in this case, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's the
26th.
The 26th, correct?
You have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes.
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you... I think it's fair.
You can answer.
You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It's argumentative, Your Honor.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and that's being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so the whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you have...
If not, yeah.
Just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach out?
No, they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
yes.
Correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation. Does
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, thank you. After this agreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob and
just one home.
Your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob.
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
No, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest, and when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there, and that's why we separated.
Fair
and
to say.
After that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help you.
Oh, please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the Mr. Tellis' office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see.
That's
your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Okay, looks like I have a question. If you just stay here for just a moment,
Yeah, no problem.
We have a question for Ventura. When the attorneys approach. We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derriman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen Conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, but obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Well, nothing just on that.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused for your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Riffle.
Please watch your step. And if you'll step up into the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Kristen Riffle, KRISTEN RIFFLE.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
So reflected.
How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay. And so it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold?
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it would be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several.
Several. Quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Garriman had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
You know, yes. Me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, you know, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, you know, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah, well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, you know, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riffle? Mm-hmm. So Jeff Garriman dies, and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this came to you?
It was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking.
I see.
The height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the video
picture.
of him walking was not confirmation
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently, but we followed the case when it was happening, yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently, if I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't. It was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention.
I've been very busy, if we're being honest.
Oh, that's please, yes.
Which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming?
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you?
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price.
Correct.
But that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis' involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video, and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video. Oh, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them, and yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Ripple, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to me.
Hold on one sec. Let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay. So my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any other question? Questions from the jurors were marked as court's exhibit number 9. Did she realize it was Tellis's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellis's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Okay. Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I didn't want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
We're going to call Detective Edgar Name.
standing, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit, or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY, or a temporary assignment, more of a ride-along with the homicide section, so I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride-along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told, like, okay, we're ready to go, and then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride-along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually, we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrant.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we would want to look for them, or were specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like page 217, 18, 19, I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's
objection? No objection. All right.
So 218 through 235 are being offered at this time,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there. Recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
Okay. On the day that you performed the search?
Correct. Yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide. Usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're actually doing. Right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jappy participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jappy's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're affecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis's house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tea's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west. facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221, what vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222, what perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material, and then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut-up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227, is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228, is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the Valentin?
Yeah.
Particular ones?
It's going to be in the 300s. Published Exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231. Is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232. Is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so you
means
educated
top.
me, sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233. Are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smisson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves. also just for like sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be, potentially dangerous. But also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point, as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document. Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point? Well, she collects all the evidence as is part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable. As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence? No. Okay. Court's indulgence. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum? Correct. Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. That it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. That's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No. Without knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and the state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay? It happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken his stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning?
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of a search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there's approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know that I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room of the Telus home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Telus home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Telus home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tea's residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. So, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions like that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar.
Okay, so that begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum.
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel, you were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police report.
Would it help refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel, I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay? And I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay? All right. So, now you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis. There was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay. Where is it listed?
as part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant on Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay, so when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to
instead
N.
of N. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No. Tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired.
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My name, my last name seems to be keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. I initially my attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag, and then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just real briefly, as to the question I memorialized through body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from the jurors. Questions from the jurors. Court's exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember serves correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused with your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan.
If you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the floor.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds?
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay. And do you know a Detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you recall him working on this search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well?
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is states 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag from the tub?
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag.
And states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view, and then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is emptied.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective John Hoffman.
If you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could, explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home. Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to Stage 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections?
No.
Okay. Opposing counsel's been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247, 253, as well as states 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So, you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly? Where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red. What is that? A toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox. Yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248. Is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention? Where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry, right here.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance?
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
But the crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag? Then?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not 1 picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. Do you agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst Smithson?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag were removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag?
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not? Fair
No.
to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just okay. So you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat, and then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat.
Yes.
Right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
Your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay. Publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mm-hmm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection, leading.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Is there a question? Okay, we have a question from a juror, it's been marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up. Plain sight. Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Follow up. This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So, Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. If juror number 4 would just stay behind for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Do you want to go back to?
You're fine. The record reflect that the jury has left with the exception of juror number 4. I just wanted to make sure you know that I did get your note, and if we're not done, we will work around that. Okay. Work around the 22nd and the 27th.
I appreciate that, so if I can respond and just let them know the allergy. I appreciate that.
That's perfect. All right. Thank you, and you're excused.
Well, because of the does he? So he has an attorney for that. Does he go to the attorney? He's you're not gonna be able to get just like right.
Court now comes to order. Remain seated.
Are we going to be able to bring out Mr. DeFay? Yes. Thank you so much for arranging that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Counsel, technically your client doesn't have a right to be here instead of the jail, but I think that given the timing of everything, it's fair for him to be present. You're asking me to keep him present? Yes. Okay, thank you.